Hey, you guys, welcome back. Um, I am really laggy. The StreamYard's really lagging. I don't know what the problem is, and I can't really diagnose it. And you never know until you go live that you're laggy. Um, I am gonna see here if we can go back to the stream we were watching before because that is a little different. Hang on just a second. I don't see it. So let me go somewhere else to get the stream because they're about to be back in court like any minute now. And I don't really want to mess with all of this business. So let me go over here to a different one because I don't really want to. All right. Okay. All right. So, yeah, as Shmita said, they have dismissed the case against Barry Morphew. Now, what I want to say, will you do that for me, please, Shmita? Because, I mean, obviously, I know where I can go. There's a couple places, but I'd rather not stream from them. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I did not have time while we were on the lunch break to do all of the things um to Christine, I'm streaming it live, babe, so you'll be catching the replay of of what you've already watched. um but anyway, so yeah, I didn't have time when the news broke about Barry Morphew that to get all of the details and do all of the researching to explain it. Okay. But what I want to say is what I'm given to understand is that, yes, the judge dismissed the case against Barry Morphew after the DA filed for the charges to be dismissed, and they were dismissed with prejudice. I'm not exactly sure what the difference between dismissed with prejudice. I think that it means it's dismissed, but it can be they can be refiled. I always get the definition of with prejudice and without prejudice confused, mixed up because it's too much. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad. No, no, no. I just didn't want you to leave and then be like, oh man. Yeah. So I wanted to tell you. Anyway, so what I'm given to understand is that the DA is the one that filed this. Okay. Thank you, Hope for Peace. So here's the deal. If the DA is the one that did that, right, it's because they don't feel they're strong enough, they have a strong enough case to get a murder conviction. And I know people are like, WTF. Had the initial, wait, what? Okay. But the reason that I actually think this is a good thing is because you can only be tried. Thanks, babe. You can only be tried one time. And if you are acquitted, that's that. Okay? Cannot be tried again. That's double jeopardy. So, I feel that if the DA doesn't feel that they have a strong enough case today, then withdrawing the charges is the right thing to do because they only get the one bite at the apple. And sometimes, as hard as it is, we have to be patient and let the system do what the system is intended to do. And that way, first and foremost, we always want to be sure that the right person is being charged for the right crime, right? That's number one. And number two, once we've decided, okay, the right person has been charged with the right crime, we want the trial to go fairly for everybody. And we want the victim to get justice, right? That's really what the purpose and intent of criminal trials are, is for justice. And then after the justice comes the punishment, which is whatever the sentence may be. So in order for all of those things to work correctly, it's better that they wait. As much as it's hard, and I feel like for her family, it's probably devastating on the one hand, but on the other hand, yes, Lupe, but on the other hand, then it's better, you know, because you only get the one try. So that's that's just my take on it. I know it's disappointing. I'm disappointed as well. Um, but yeah, that's what's going on. So um so far, no nothing is up and going yet, but it's just barely 2 o'clock. So like it just hit 2 o'clock. So let's be patient. So yeah, um, that's kind of all I have to say about the Barry Morphew situations. Situation. I don't really have. Okay. I do have something that I do want to ask. Do you guys think? Put a one in. Put a one in the chat if you do. Put a two in the chat if you don't. Do you think that when Johnny Depp is testifying, that he will be asked about the poop? Remember, number one, if you think he will, number two, if you think he won't, because I'm kind of curious about that. Hang on. Let me refresh. As it says, hold on. Because I'm kind of curious about that. Since I've been watching the trial, and low key, y'all, it does not even matter what stream I watch. That is what the chat is talking about. It started out as a small, pardon the pun, movement, right? But then it became a bigger movement. It started out with like one or two people reminding everybody of the allegation, right? And then it became like 4 people and 5 people, then like 10 people. And at one point, it was so distracting. And I would just, I'm 45 years old and I'm still giggling at it, right? Like, grow up, Jen. But every time I would see it, I would just giggle. And it, because they were spamming the chat, right? You can imagine how many times I giggled. And so then I had to just turn the chat off because I couldn't maintain. So, yeah. Yeah, it's bad news bears. Bad news bears. I'm still refreshing. The one stream that I'm checking on, I just look, here's the deal. For whatever reason, law and crime has been hit or miss. Sometimes they will strike and sometimes they won't. So I'm not what that's not I would rather like not stream them. But I am watching the other major one and they're not up yet. So yeah. Yeah. What the heck? Oh, there we go. It's back. It's back. Oh, crap. Hold on. Ah! Come on. Now there's a lag. Just give me a second, you guys. We'll rewind it. We'll rewind it. Don't you worry. I got you. It's fine. I got it, Shmita. Thank you, though. I should have. I don't have a message from you, babe. Oh my God. StreamYard is being so ridiculous.
But never did I myself reach the point of
I'm going to rewind it.
striking acts
This stream
against
came late and cut it out in the middle, so I'm sorry.
That were not based in any species of truth. It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction.
I don't want to change it, you guys, because then we might,
Nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship, there were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social media, became quite a global let's say, quote unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand
Shmita,
up,
thank you.
Not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16. And so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father, which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time, it was I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth. My goal is the truth.
Can you guys hear it? Give me just a second. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why when you switch tabs, it does that. Oh my gosh. Come on, StreamYard.
It was important
There
to
you
me,
guys go.
very
Sorry.
important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you or sit before you all and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for it never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid.
Yes, DTC.
And
This is
that wasn't ever
direct
particularly
examination.
pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So essentially, um, she was, she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, it hits you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. Um, so in our house, there was no, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The the only thing that one could do really was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up, and somebody was going to get it. Um, Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
The various categories, I suppose, are there's physical violence, of course. There's physical abuse, um, to which she was. That was a constant. That was just a constant. We were all somewhat shell shocked. Even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. Um, there was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. Making fun of whatever defect one might have. If my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. Uh, my my father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, and my mother despised my father's parents, and my grandmother's name was Violet, and every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet! Get in here, Violet!" And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut psychologically, emotionally, but we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare uh, thing in my eye, as the the back of the lens is spherical. Normally, is spherical. So in this eye isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and um, she would call me she would call me cockeye, one eye, um, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. Um, I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye uh, to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. With a it was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. Um, in fact, he's very shy. Um, not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, um, would go off on a tangent toward my father, um, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. Uh, he would he would he amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. Um, there was never one moment, never a moment when my father um, lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall, and shatter his hand, because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He, uh, he remained a gentleman. And to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering, why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? Um, but he didn't. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure he was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of, I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 3 times at tops. You know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was never. My father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget the this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, what's wrong? She said, your daddy's gone. I said, well, yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning. She said, no, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset. And I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet. And he said, yeah. He said, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man now. And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words, but that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon, I woke up. I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, like very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind?
No, you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there was drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and two paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. She had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to she lived on the couch, and she weighed about 70 pounds. And that all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
While they're having a sidebar, I just want to say that I know that there's going to be a lot of talk about, is Johnny Depp acting at this point because he is such a good actor, or is he telling the truth, right? And I would submit that I believe he's telling the truth. Because he is an actor, he is well aware of his space. And the fact is that when he was testifying a few minutes ago, he hit the microphone, which tells me that he was not acting, he was testifying, and there's a difference. And that's really what I wanted to point out, um, because I feel like if he were acting, he wouldn't have hit that microphone. You know, he's used to working with um, animals, children,
Mr. Depp, how did you
props,
feel about your father
etc.
when he left?
So he would be aware of his space.
I would, I was, I was, I was very disappointed in him because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't, when he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye, goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you, one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. Um, I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Um, Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, um, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from um, things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a a flat out don't you ever do that again and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way, nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children ever.
How do you
And
think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, um, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was, it was as if she was too good to be true. Um, she was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, um, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and um, I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought that was, I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing um, that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work and I think she was on the phone or something and or busy. She was doing something. And um, so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off. And suddenly Miss Heard approached with this look on her face and she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" So, what do you mean? You took your boots off. I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No, no, no. That's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that. Okay. All right then. And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Miss Heard in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
Um, I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. Um, and then there were a couple of uh, things that happened in the band where the band split up. And I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine, and who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And um, Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent? Because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody. I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. And they brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven. And I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I mean, I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. It was foreign to me, but I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on the series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was, yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I don't. I wouldn't. I'm not. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be um, an un, a not it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, um, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, um, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music, than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was teen idol or a teeny, that's that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study um, at various places. The Loft Studio, which is now long gone, in Los Angeles. I studied with some other teachers, Sandra Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on the job training. It's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say I would say that the first film that I had done that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work. I know what I need to do. Um, I would say that where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Uh, well, that's many years later, but I I had been Disney had offered me a film um, called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff. And I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, uh, yeah, 2.5-year-old daughter, and so or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, uh, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to um, that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head, and he's completely crushed. But they cut to the next scene, and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that so so, so that I could try to push those parameters and and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something to, the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, and I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is, you know,
You mentioned that,
believed.
sorry, you mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
Sorry.
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable predictable 3-act structure, with uh, and the character of Captain Jack was more he was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into character and brought that character to life. much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just in preparation, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history. You base it on, um, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, was I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, and, because I thought that Edward would see things from the sort of the uh, from a place of innocence, and not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Um, those were the two main ingredients that I thought would.
Oh, what the frack? Hold on a minute. What the heck? This is ridiculous. Who? Ah, it's back.
Once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. Um, I was, yeah, no, I believed in the character. Yeah, no, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and the initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Um, though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates One came out, there was completely different. It was a completely different way of life was being sort of, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get into see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you or follow you and your family. So that was the moment when um, there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school or when they went to Disneyland or when they went to the mall or whatever. Um, so yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it, but yeah, uh, after a while, you realize that uh, anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone,
I'm scared to stream
um,
them
and
because
that's
they
an odd thing to
sometime
deal
me.
with um, when you just. I mean, you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So you know, it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. Um, but it does make you have to think very creatively with when you've got little kids about how to take them to the park or to the swings or to the this or that or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa Paradis, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. Um, Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
I'd had, yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So uh, I was I was recognized and I was known. So if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. Um, but not like, when I was at work. Back then I didn't have security at work so much, and not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So, how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it had it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals because um, because if if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, um, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then working, um, security would security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. Um, um, so yeah, and then if I went somewhere, so that it just, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Um, Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Um, Jerry Judge is you, we've mentioned it before. Uh, it was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. You know, that is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, um, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. Uh, so there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, um, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry made Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. Um, but the majority of those, no, I believe all of those fellows are still with me. Yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly, maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Well, now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time. So I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and then you were taken to your room where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. I mean, Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm,
Yes.
endless, countless, all over the world, all over the world, everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes there are, between you and the people, there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of these, behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially, what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I've always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing and take me away. Um, so yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, you know. Um, so I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about
Well,
Sean Bed? How long is?
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for afternoon
That's
break?
fine. That's
Let's-
fine.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please do, we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Stay there for a minute. All right. So just a reminder, since you're on the witness stand now, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody, to include your attorneys, okay? All right, and let's come back. I guess we can come back at 3:35. Is that okay for everybody? Okay, we'll take a recess. Thank you.
I'm not going to take it down because I feel like I'll miss it. I'll be late. That's just my lot in life if I do that. So There's just a few things I want to talk about while we have this chance. So, I already talked about how he's been acting for a really long time and is keenly aware of his space. And so, whenever he hit the microphone, I feel like he's testifying, he's not acting. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the way that he spoke about his acting and how he became involved in acting and his thoughts on acting in the early times. And oh, do you guys know what that means? I looked it up the other day and I just want to see if you guys know what the state seal of Virginia, what that means in Latin. Okay, but back to what I was saying. So I think he just winked at me, recliner detective, just saying. He knows. We're in sync. But I wanted to talk about the acting thing and how he described himself as shy and how he never wanted to be the center of attention. What I'll say is, oh, thank you, Angie P. See how uncomfortable I am? So awkward. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But what I find interesting is that he doesn't want to be the center of attention, which is really indicative of children who come from abusive homes, because you don't want to do anything that brings attention to you. You want to keep a low profile, as it were. And I find that I I believe him when he says that. Um, and there was something else I wanted to talk about too. Oh, yes. My thoughts on who would be cross-examining him. I'm kind of thinking that it won't be the female. And I'm sorry, lawyer lady, I don't know your actual name and I apologize. It's not because I'm disrespectful or I don't care. I probably did know it at one time and I just don't remember it right now. But what I wanted to say about that is that I don't believe that anybody who has testified thus far or will testify going forward, particularly for Amber Heard, would ever dispute her personality type, right? She is not a shrinking violet. She has a strong personality. And that is not a slight at her at all. It's not a dig, just who she is. And so the the lead female attorney for Amber Heard's team also has a very strong personality, and you can hear it in the way that she puts her questions together, particularly when she's trying to elicit a very specific response. And I don't mean like an emotional response. I mean like she wants a specific answer. And you can hear it when she says, "You're aware," and then she follows up with the question. So if they were to put if they were to put her up against Johnny Depp, and her personality is similar to Amber Heard's, the way that it might read to the jury would be, well, he has to speak up, because if he doesn't, she's overrunning him, over talking him. Do you know what I'm saying? The better play, I would think, would be to either use one of the men to cross-examine him and elicit some sort of negative emotional response for him, or to use perhaps a female that is similar in demeanor as the attorney who is questioning him now, only ask him difficult, harder, more direct, and she just needs to be harsher, not in her, not a yeller, but firm. And if that's what they're attempting to elicit out of him, that would be the smarter play. So that's what I would think would be the smart, the better way to go, because the jury, I mean, we're the jury, right? And look at the comments just in our chat alone, about how we feel about not only the things that he's saying, right? Because that's part of it, but we're watching his body language, his facial expressions, noticing little things here and there. I mean, the jury is no different than we are. We're we're human too. I mean, all of us are eligible for jury duty. If we lived in Fairfax, it could have been us. Although it probably wouldn't have. If I lived in Fairfax and I got pulled in for this, I'm sure that they would dismiss me immediately. I think the plaintiff would want me, but I'm telling you right now, the defense wouldn't. So I would probably be one of those ones they would probably use one of their votes to not let me on the jury. No, it's not Sky Flash. And as far as his money goes, when there's this, okay, so let's say she wins, right? And the judge, just because they're suing for that amount of money doesn't mean that's the amount that will be awarded. But let's just say, for argument's sake, it is. Well, do I think that Johnny Depp has $50 million in liquid assets? No, I do not. However, he has the ability to take a significant chunk out of that money, and then obviously there would be something worked out where, for lack of a better term, payment arrangements. Amber, conversely, I don't believe Amber Heard has, she's suing for 100 million. So let's say she wins. All right. Sorry, my bad. Do I believe that Johnny Depp has $100 million in liquid assets? No, I don't. Liquid assets being like cash that he could actually get to. No, I don't. But I do believe, like I said, that he could take a chunk out of it, and then obviously there would be payment arrangements. Now, conversely, if Johnny Depp wins, and he's suing her for 50 million, do I believe Amber Heard has $50 million? No, I don't. I don't even believe she could come close to taking a chunk out of the money, even if she did she doesn't have it. I mean, she doesn't own, and you know what I'm saying? Like, she's just not as established as he is, frankly. And the fact of the matter is that when we talk about him losing money, okay, he didn't just lose. It's not him that lost. It's not only him that lost money. There are many, 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 many fans of, just for an example, the Fantastic Beasts series. All right. And granted, he wasn't in the first one. He was he was at the very end, but he was, prominent in the second one, and he would have been prominent in this one. Look how it's doing at the movie theaters right now. People who, it would be a bit like replacing the actor who played Harry Potter with somebody else in the middle of the series, right? What doesn't play well. So not only did Johnny Depp lose out on that revenue for the job, and then, whatever's written into his contract as far as continuing revenue, right? The production company lost money on that too, because it's not doing well, because of not only just the switch in characters, because let's be clear, there are people that won't go watch that movie because of out of a moral obligation, right? They'll say that Johnny Depp was fired and he was wrongly employed or wrongly fired, yada yada yada, and they'll take a moral stance, right? But there will be far more people who won't go see the movie based on a fan stance, which is you can't replace the main character, one of the main characters in the, like that. It would be like, it's not the same as the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, right? People rallied because the main character, or the actor who played the main character, Heath Ledger, had died, and so many actors stepped in and took over the role for him, right? They filled in what was left to be filmed. That's very different than this scenario. And not to mention the fact that when he lost that money, right, when he lost that job, anybody that he employs, when they lose out too. And I think that I would imagine that when things looked their most bleak and he was having to really, and let's be clear, his tightening of the belt is not the same as our tightening of the belt, but also, to be fair, I don't have staff. You know what I mean? So my income doesn't pay other people. You know what I mean? So that's hard to take on as a human being. And I find that Johnny Depp is an incredibly, humble and down to earth kind of guy. And you can see that he is uncomfortable really talking about himself and really being the center of attention. Even now, right now, he is keenly aware that not only is he the center of attention in the courtroom, which is where he, obviously, because everybody's listening to his testimony, right? But this is being played out all over. People are watching from, everywhere. And so you can tell that he's uncomfortable. So I just, I think so far he's done really well. I think this is what I was looking for when I talked about the need for them to both testify. The jury needs to see Johnny Depp, the guy, the man, not Johnny Depp, the actor, not Captain Jack Sparrow, not Whitey Bulger, not John Dillinger. You know what I mean? They need to see him as a genuine human being. And I think he so far has done that very well. I don't know that Amber Heard has that. I just don't know. I'll be very, I don't know how she's going to be. I mean, frankly, I've seen her act, right? And it's not that great, frankly. So just the testimony that we've heard so far, and to be fair, again, it's Johnny Depp's case being presented, so that's the testimony that we've heard. But even like Gina Deuters, you could tell she didn't really want to badmouth her, and she was uncomfortable saying what she had to say. Mainly, I think, because Amber was staring at her and boring a hole through her. Frankly, that's probably the closest. I mean, it was uncomfortable. You could tell, but And she, I could tell, held back with what she was saying. She chose her words very, very carefully, which is why it took her so long to get them out. You know what I'm saying? So, what do you mean? What do you mean, Paula? I feel like so. The Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll address that in just a sec. I'll answer that. So that's really the crux of one of the bones of contention, one of the things being talked about and disputed during this trial, Sky Flash, is just exactly why was he fired? And I think the truth is that there's been testimony so far that the reason that Johnny Depp was late on set, oh, who cares? Well, they're back. Well, not yet. The reason that that he was dropped and the reason he was late to set and that kind of thing was initially because he was arguing frequently with Amber Heard. Okay. Then the whole situation with the tip of the finger being cut off, which then caused a 5 or 6 week delay. And so they're back. So I'm sure that I actually think that that's probably closer to the truth than any of the other allegations, honestly. I agree. I think that's exactly what he is wanting to do, Sugar Beet. I think that it's not about the money for him. I think it's about his family and clearing his name for them. And then lastly, for himself.
All right.
Oh, you're welcome, Angie. I am
All right, your next question.
happy to do it.
Ah,
Thank you guys
Mr.
for
Depp,
being
I'd like
here.
to just briefly go through the security
I'll be
personnel
quiet.
that you just listed out before we took a break. How long has Leonard Damien been with you?
My kids are now 20, 23. Leonard Damien's been with me, I believe, roughly the same time as Mr. Pat, somewhere in the neighborhood of 16, 17 years. Yeah, I can't be precise, but they were very young. My children were very young when they joined the team, which was really after Pirates was released in 2003, the first.
Now, you mentioned your children. What is Mr. Damien's role with respect to your children's security?
Excuse me?
You mentioned your children
Yes.
with respect to Leonard Damien. Is his role in connection with your children's security?
Yes, very much so. Leonard Damien and Sean Bet for quite a while were both sort of assigned, as it were, to my kids, taking them to school, picking them up from school if Vanessa and I were unable to do it, or even if we were there, we would drive with them to take the kids to school. And over the years, obviously, your children, my children have taken quite a shine to them, and they've become like another set of parents in a way.
And how long has Travis McGivern been with you?
Travis, I believe, a little bit less than that. I believe. I couldn't really speculate. It's a little less. Maybe it's 13 years, or I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that you had to bring on additional security after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes.
How has the fame associated with that franchise affected your personal relationships?
Again, I would never complain about the repercussions, let's say, or the repercussions of the success of that film. But of course, as I said, there are sacrifices that one one has to make. Sacrifices that you're not nearly ready for. Just simply when you check into when you go to a town, or you go on a press tour or something, and you're staying in a hotel. People stay in hotels all the time. I stay. I stay in the hotel. We've found that it's just a lot easier if I stay put in a hotel and not kind of, again, especially if it's with the kids or something. I don't want them to. I've never wanted them to see me as a novelty. I just wanted to be dad. You know. Now they're well aware of a lot, and they're well aware of pretty much everything. But no, you know, when you get recognized wherever you go, the basic truth is it's pretty simple. People are generally kind and curious, and if they've grown up with you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal and you come out and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something, I think I said it before, it's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be, um, I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
Um, yeah, I mean, I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to it, I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I, I have a I, I need to create. It's a need. It's a Of course, I want to create as well, but I actually need to create, because I need to summon whatever whatever it is that I need to summon to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, a person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you, but what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So, any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes,
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, "You got to stop listening to this stuff." And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. So I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. I mean, Salinger. I mean, the whole James Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So, so I became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount I spent, of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is, it's the author putting himself in the situation as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. In my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular. And in that, as, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience. I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel. And sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor. And sometimes dark, very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time. And it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, you know. And that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after after the uh, after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard, made their way into my heart and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, something that you've done, um, just to make him understand that, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it. And, after a few years, you start to notice, well, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill. I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. Pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, "Let's party. Let's go party. I want to party." I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, they were everything. It was just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana. You're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with, and who's around the neighborhood. I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off.
Yeah, Amelia,
So
that's what
I
they're called in the
started,
South. Nerve
at
pills.
11, and I mean, I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show 21 Jump Street about police officers in school as undercover undercover cops, but as students. I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. Um, so I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, I mean, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight magazine, little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old,
It's up to the other side to
and which
object.
is
She's
true.
not just going to stop it.
Now,
She's only the referee.
that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that have that plague that can plague someone's uh, who's experienced trauma. Um, but the characterization
Happy people don't
um,
abuse drugs. So, yes, Paula, I would
of
absolutely agree.
the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse um, that's been delivered by Ms. Heard uh, is is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. Uh, I think it was an easy target for her to hit because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, um, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so I am not um, some maniac who needs um, to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off off of alcohol for I believe it was about 18 months.
After this
Mr. Depp,
testimony,
you've
we're going to
mentioned
have
some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
a whole dare class, okay?
Quite a number, you know, on various films, you see. Um, I suppose, I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, well, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film and with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't, I mean, you couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, you know, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. Um, uh, there was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control.
I would
Never.
date Johnny Depp today.
In fact,
In my younger days, today,
it's not
tomorrow,
been mentioned. I'm sure
in
they
a
don't
month.
want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana. They used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny, I know no one would have ever known.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone or Roxycontin, which is
Thank you, Heather,
it's an
whatever.
opiate. It's
I already
I think
called dibs, so don't even worry
oxycodone
about the
has
line. You guys figure that out
the
amongst
opiate
yourself,
and then
because I'm at the front.
some pain like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, you know,
Hey,
stately
Charlie.
gilt chair, pick it up and chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was roxycodone. Um, and there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in the sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who've had problems with heroin,
Oh, do I? Well, I'll
and
say this. Your
I didn't want
anonymity
to
is
get
safe
bit
here at the
by
ward.
that
If you
snake.
want to tell me, tell me. If you don't, you
And
don't got to. Yeah, roxycodone is what he's talking
I
about,
started
Kim.
taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake. And then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to once the addiction has grabbed hold of you. You're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills
To not be
to
sick.
get uh, well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals.
I mean,
And
well, to be fair, like they
so
put him on Roxy's. Like
I was
that's like
on
going
the
from kindergarten
Roxy
to
for
college with
a number of
no
years,
elementary, middle school, or
4 or
high
5
school in
years, I think,
between.
maybe
Like
more. I don't know, but
I mean, there's
um,
obviously stronger ones, but
the key was
seriously,
that
those are pretty strong.
if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. Um, uh, so yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on on a drug that would you take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. It's like a junkie. The, the reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them, because
Ah,
they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go
gotcha.
blue and they die. So yeah, didn't want
It's an
that.
inopportune moment for me to chuckle. I'm not chuckling
So
at
do you have an
his
estimate as to what
testimony.
year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe.
I love
I
it,
actually don't- I
Charlie.
have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
Congratulations,
After you
Heather,
detoxed
whatever.
from the opiates, have you
I know
ever
it's
taken
hard.
any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's
Hey, Anita.
no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, with any, I mean, even with finger, I think that it was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of
I think so. Yes,
the
sugar beet. And I
pure
would almost bet that was her sneeze. It sounded like her.
horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Yeah, opiates get you by the boo boo, Johnny. I feel that in my soul. I've
Mr.
been
Depp,
there.
I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard.
He-
Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
Hang on, you guys. I just want to say something really quick. I just have to
2000
pause him. Give me just a sec.
In around 2008,
Okay. I'm a little annoyed at the fact that it is at this point local time for Florida and Virginia. We're on the same time zone. Now 4:21. Typically they end the court at about 5 o'clock. Miss Lawyer Lady, ma'am, why you wait until there is roughly 30 minutes left of court to be asking the important questions? No, Angie, cocaine is not the same thing as LSD. LSD is acid. LSD is commonly called acid, and it is a psychedelic. It makes you hallucinate, not things that aren't there. It's just the things that you do see that are real are just heightened. I don't really know how to describe it. Cocaine is a powder, and it comes from a plant. I told you, please hold your questions till after the moment, and then we're going to have a whole dare class. No, just kidding. I feel like this is ridiculous, and it's not addictive. No, it's not. I just think it's rude. And they were never going to get to cross-examination today, because let me say this. There's no way that he is going to be able to sum up the relationship that's at the crux of all of this kerfuffle, right? In the next 30 minutes, probably not even 2 hours, because usually court starts at 10, then they be breaking for noon lunch, right? Okay. I don't know. This is just, especially because bless his heart, this is the longest answer of a question ever. It's worse than me. And my kids always say, you can't ask mom anything. She gives you a whole Miss America pageant speech. So this is coming from somebody that is the same way as Johnny Depp. Look how long it's taken me to get this out. I started at 4:21. It's now 4:23. All right. Why does this thing pop up? Go away. I don't want to see you. I'm trying to get back to the trial. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. I need to figure out how to move this off my taskbar. It's very annoying.
Hunter
There we go.
Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts of his books that have been published, and then I I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary. And I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long-lost novel. In fact, the only novel he ever wrote.
That's interesting, Heather, whatever. For
and I
many
showed it to
reasons
him, and
that you said that.
Hunter
Thank you. I didn't know
Hunter
that.
was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, And so he said, read me some. So I started reading this to him, and he said, this is a movie, we must produce this together. And, he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it, and we started to set up meetings to get get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film.
Just to be clear, I'm
Hunter,
talking about as a kid,
um,
not currently.
from his own dilemmas in his life,
Good old Stephanie.
committed suicide, and but having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And
This
Bruce
has nothing to
Robinson,
do with
who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With
meeting
Nail and I, and How to Get
Amber,
Ahead in
babe.
Advertising,
We're
was
gonna
the
lose the
one director
jury.
that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again.
Oh,
Pulled
I
him out
just
of
had a
retirement
thought.
after 27 years.
After he's
and,
done.
he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film, and we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was before that. Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of the starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known, and things of that nature. But one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he wasn't sure about her capabilities as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things. And so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl, in an uncomfortable situation, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is, reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's 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 the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's that's what Hunter wants. And so we spoke, and she was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, you know, intelligent, literate, very good taste. Uh, um, and I felt like if she, what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, um, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And made suggestions such as, and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film, which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature, because I wanted to. There was something very important that I felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, you know, going broad or acting a little too much. So I felt like I could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that, because if we could connect, then it could work, as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue, you know, then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness. And that's when I first met Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, well, yeah, no, mostly very few interactions. I remember there was a time I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, you know, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that that was it was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay as it was written, there was there was a requirement for nudity, um, for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, you know, she was like, "No, no, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then she disappears the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Hurd, hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to, everything's cool. And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it was yeah, it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kitties, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Hurd actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very.
Oh, what the frack is happening with the stream? I don't want to touch anything in case it gets messed up. But let me just say this. What happened? Hold on. Let me see what's happening over here. Let me look at their chat and see if it's happening for them too. What the frack?
Idea of stillness.
We'll just
So
go back
that's
a
what
little
I-
and see
that's
if
when
it
comes to
if
Miss
it
Hurd.
helps.
How would you describe your interactions with Miss Hurd when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, well, yeah, no, mostly very, very, very few interactions.
But
I
low
remember
key,
there
that
a
was
time
like
I
a
wasn't
romantic
working that day,
recollection, and
but
I
was
thought that was
producing,
kind of
one of
sweet.
the producers of the film, and
I know, you guys, I'm
it
so
was a
sorry that
scene
it's
from the
doing
book
this because
that
it's annoying, number one,
was
and number
it
two,
was
hold on a
it was a
minute.
scene where Ms. Heard's character.
We don't need to
was
hear
in a
this part again.
nightclub,
But
and
it's unfortunate because I could stream the other
were
channel,
amongst,
but I'm afraid to
the
because you know they'd be
locals.
getting strike happy and I don't really
And
want to deal
she's
with
very
that.
drunk, and everybody's very
So I hope you guys
drunk,
don't
and
leave because of this little.
she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys.
I will
starts
say that it
seeing
was a
the other
romantic,
local guy starts
like
proposing
retelling
on
of the
her.
story,
In
and
the book and in the screenplay,
it kind of had me in my
there's-
feelers for just a
there was
moment.
there was a
Because if you
required
think
there was
about it,
a
think about
requirement
how
for
many
nudity,
romantic scenes that Johnny Depp has
from
done
the
over
part,
his
and,
career, right?
I was on
And
set
then,
they were shooting that,
boom,
and
this one. Know what
as
I'm
I was
saying?
watching
Aw, Sugar
crowd
Beach, you
coming
guys are all
in, I
so sweet.
realized,
Thank
you
you.
know,
I appreciate
you
that.
know
Thank
what,
you,
they
Recliner
would check on
Detective, for
Miss Heard
y'all's
and just say, "Are
patience.
you all right? Are you sure you're okay? Because this is, you know." She was like, "No, no, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that
Hey,
we
Rochelle.
didn't have to do, we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on, and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back, because
Heather,
things that happen to
whatever.
her. So I remember
Oh,
telling Ms. Heard, "Hey,
I'll
you
be
don't,
I have notes
don't
for a
have to,
synopsis. Don't you
you
worry.
don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to. Everything's cool."
Meanwhile, like Loki, aren't these the
And she was
words that every
appreciative.
girl wants to hear?
Um,
You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to take your clothes
but other
off.
than that, we didn't really
Everything's cool.
have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was it was yeah, it was it felt like something. Um, it felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kitties, and um, yeah.
I have the fan pointed directly at me too, Heather. So
When
it
would
is
you
what
say
it
your
is.
romantic relationship with Miss Heard actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very,
Oh, for poop's sake. Yeah, it's definitely them and not me. Let's see if it comes back a little.
Vanessa and
There we go.
kitties, and
Oh, wait, I put it back. What is happening?
then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be. She seemed to be the. Um, she seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head and for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. Um, she was literate. She was
Literate.
sweet,
Sorry, I'm
funny,
sorry.
nice, all those things,
She could read. That's your criteria.
and
I
she
can
was,
read.
and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half,
Raise your hand, ladies, if you can read.
she was wonderful, and then things just started to uh, change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
Ooh. Dun dun
You mentioned
dun.
earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Um, Little things that you would kind of, that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, if uh, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch. I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out, and that was just not acceptable. It's not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual um, reactions
Such
from
as?
her. I didn't understand why as a 50-some-year-old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, they eventually, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
Um, I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, like about, in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim, and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it wasn't lost on me, the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film. He was 45 years old and she was 19, and they stayed together until, well, for many years, until Bogart passed away. So, yeah, there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just uh, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey, and she was this um, um, beautiful
Like, I get the analogy or the metaphor,
creature,
Johnny, but
this
oof,
stunning creature.
she's no Lauren Bacall. Just
When
saying.
did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige um, was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous
I
kind
don't
of,
know, Sugar Beet. It's what that.
almost like a cartoon cowboy.
Not exactly sure the
And
rules
he
or how
was
they figure that out
the initial thought. I mean, my initial
with
kind of
co-counsel.
definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. Um, but I, I, I loved. I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her
But side
uh,
note, which I mean,
her
I don't,
sister
you think
Whitney,
you guys really care about his relationship
and
with her parents, but why is
yes,
she
it
dressed
it felt
like a
like I had been welcomed into
1982
some sort
school
of
teacher today?
family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your
I don't
relationship
want to
with
be
Miss Heard?
mean or anything, but low key, I
Quite a
think
lot.
Jane Fonda wore that same
Whether
shirt in
we,
9 to 5.
I used to have a boat,
I'm pretty sure
um,
she did.
and we would go. We would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and you know, drop anchor at the island, and
My favorite is the
we
day
would
that,
spend a week, 2 weeks,
as
whatever,
Vincent's missing
on the
ear
island.
referred to it, she was dressed like
Also,
like a
they would come
Sea
to Los
Org
Angeles
member.
quite a bit. We also would go to
That one
Austin
made
here
me
and there
laugh.
to see them, visit them. Um, every year we would, on their anniversary, um, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there and and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. Um, no, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I've
Yes, I agree. DTC primetime. Let's all go to
but I
Shady
felt
Grove.
when I first met Whitney, there was something in there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was less, much less confident than Amber. Much more um, revealing of insecurities. Um, uh,
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question. You want to ask the question again?
We can move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. If we don't, yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Just say we were cool and move along. Or you weren't cool. I don't know.
Great. I mean, fantastic. She was, I called her sis. I loved her.
Yeah,
I
DTC prime time. I miss Austin.
I had always felt something.
This fun city. I
I'd
miss
always felt
Texas,
like
honestly.
Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right,
You can move on.
okay, thanks.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
I'm fixing to Google him. Who's this dude?
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue,
What city is that in?
Los Angeles. Sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Huh?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Night, Paula. Thank you for coming.
Maybe three times.
I don't know who
maybe,
that
or
is. That
twice,
she just.
3 times.
Hold on. Let me Google out Amber.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes,
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after uh, Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or two of cocaine together.
I mean, what's a line or two of cocaine between in-laws? Like, we don't
When
judge.
did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who is that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, she was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
Probably we were probably a year and a half or maybe two, no, 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Hurd's from New York City.
I already got annoyed and quit Googling. I'll find it later.
Was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days. Born a female, but she was she had chosen she at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And she was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know. Where the
All right,
gas stove
Rochelle,
and
drive safe, babe.
all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, penthouse 1. Sorry, penthouse 1. That was not long after Miss Hurd and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, painter. I had already given him a penthouse 2 to stay in and live in. And
Look at Johnny,
paint
just
in
out here
because he
giving
had-
away penthouses.
He'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
Mm.
All over.
I don't think they all lived together, Sky Flash. They were they were separate houses. They were separate dwellings.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
And like they
Why-
didn't
why
always
did-
hang out like all the
Sorry, what was it
days. You
again?
know what I mean? He
Why
just
did
helped them
Rocky
out.
end up moving into the penthouses?
Well, she ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber
Hey, Star
asked
Stuff,
if I
welcome.
would be okay with, Rocky moving in. And I said, of course. The penthouse is empty. I wasn't in the, I wasn't going to be renting them out necessarily anyway, they were
Yes, Kim.
for friends.
I
who
don't know how
couldn't
many
stay at
penthouses he got.
Penthouse 4, in fact,
So
was initially
we're going to have
planned
to
out for my
devise
sister
some type of
Christy
system.
to
Maybe a
have an
rotating
escape
system.
from
I don't know.
her 3,000 grandchildren.
Hey,
and,
Jeanette, good to see you.
And the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
Ask.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing.
Maybe a better question would be
Did
how
anyone
many
live
of
with Miss
your
Pennington in the
family and
penthouses?
friends lived in the penthouses?
Yes.
Because I only can
Her
think of one,
fiance, or boyfriend and fiance, Josh Drew.
which was Isaac.
And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there. Who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. There were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in.
So
But
her
I
whole premise is how controlling
met
he
that
is.
person very briefly.
But he doesn't know exactly
while
who's
after
living
they
in the
had already been living
penthouses
there.
or who they're bringing in, right? Sounds like an absolute control freak. Oh, for Pete's sake. This is so rude. First your bandwidth broke. Now you have us on pause. Say I don't know. I just feel like control freaks don't typically just do some of the things that Johnny Depp is doing, right? Like if you're a control freak and you have property, it's one thing to let your sister-in-law, right, move into one of the penthouses or one of your really close friends. Like Isaac and him were friends for like 40 years. 40, not 4. But it's not like he monitored the penthouses, right? There were people that lived there, and then they had people, and then the people that lived there let people live there. So I'm missing the element of control here. What I'm hearing is more taking advantage. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, I don't want to. What's happening here? Like, bro, what are you doing? You have to be kidding me. They did not end it. Ugh. Hold on. Let me see what's happening here, because I don't appreciate this business. Fine. Okay. You want to play that way? That's fine. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. We're going to take our chances and roll the dice. Hold on. That's not where I wanted to go. Will you stop? It's messed everything up. Give me just a second. Come on. Yeah. So, Court TV is a little bit behind. So, well, you know, they broke the bandwidth. There's like 7,000 people watching just on one channel.
You
Hang on.
mentioned earlier in your testimony
We need
that
to see
Ms.
Johnny
Heard
Depp in
would
all
take off your
his
boots when you would
glory.
get home from work. What other types of behaviors
Here
did you
we
observe
go.
in Ms.
That's
Heard
much
early in
better.
the relationship?
Little things that you would kind of, that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, you know, if
Y'all go and give Court TV a thumbs up and tell them the
she
ward
wanted
sent
to
you.
go to
All
bed,
21 of you. I know.
I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, you know, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch. I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out.
All right,
and,
great.
and
Since we've
that was
already heard
just
this
not
testimony, I'll
acceptable.
just turn it down a
It's
little
not
bit.
acceptable.
And this way,
It would
while
would
they're
stir up
showing Amber
some
and her
rather
face and his
unusual,
testimony, right?
reactions.
Um,
All right, so Johnny Depp talking about how when he first
what the
connected
frack?
with Amber Heard on the set of Rum Diaries, the first interaction was a kiss in the shower, and he says it felt you right back into the courtroom. We're committed to bringing you every word that Johnny Depp says. So we're pausing the tape. When we come back, we'll pick it right up where we left off. Keep it right here on Court TV.
Are you kidding me? Y'all, let me just say this. I am done with this business. Changing the tape. What? Are things even actually? I mean, I know films are filmed, right? But oh my gosh. I have no patience for this, you guys. I'm over the, tape. I'll show you some tape. Oh, I haven't lost yet. Shamita says all of it. It was all the streams. Shamita, get that. There's no need for that. What do you guys think so far? Okay, so while we're waiting for him to come back, let me tell you the light bulb moment I had. Okay, remember back some days ago when their therapist, their marriage counselor, was on the stand, and she was it was her deposition, but whatever, it's still testimony, and she was talking about like their relationship and their interaction with each other. And one of the things she said was, Johnny Depp is, I think she actually called him Johnny or Mr. Depp, whatever. She said he was quite articulate and had no trouble expressing his thoughts and his feelings when he wasn't being interrupted. And I'm kind of curious if that's part of it. If that's part of the reason why the his lawyer, believe me, the whole team was in agreement that Johnny Depp just be Johnny Depp, right? Just be Johnny, not, I guess I should say it like he said it, that he just be himself, right? And not Johnny Depp. And I think that might be why they allowed him to overshare or over testify. Do you know what I mean? Because I think that is him, like a talker. When people are quiet and let him speak, right? And I think that they want, obviously his team wants the jury to hear what he has to say with respect to what they're really there for, which is the relationship, right? And because she brought up, well, you know, she did. She brought up the substance abuse and the alcohol abuse, right? And how it changed him when he would be using either drugs or alcohol or both, right? Then
with worthy.com.
Are you kidding me? Court TV. So rude.
Hello, and welcome back to Court TV.
Yeah.
I'm Michael Ayala. Thank you so much
Welcome.
for being with me this evening. We continue with our coverage.
Yeah, I'm going to have to mute you real quick. Anyway, I think that it was important exactly for them, you know, like me, how I over-explain, like I'm doing right now. I've talked all the way through the break and entertained you. You're welcome. I feel like they allowed him to do that because had his answers been short and to the point, I think it would have come across as rehearsed and disingenuous.
Man was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that.
Also,
and
Johnny,
again, they just
we've all heard this.
They just
this channel is probably a lot pickier about
to continue,
what's fair use. So let me make some commentary, which would change it.
Grow, to blossom.
At the end of the day, the bottom line is no adult wants to be told when they can go to bed. Period. I'll go to sleep when I'm ready to go to sleep.
Why is that?
Nobody is the boss of Jen.
Because of the film that I had given her to watch, in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall.
She's over there writing a whole novella.
And I called her Slim, and she called me Steve.
Must be for her tell-all book. She's probably going to do
Humphrey Bogart's nickname,
next.
Nicknames for each other in the film. That was
yeah, tape is fixed.
And it you know, it wasn't lost on me the fact that there was an age difference, and that My God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall,
And
that's when they
also,
met on that film. He was
to be
45 years
fair,
old and she was 19.
literally, is this
Um,
not the moment?
and they
I
stayed
know,
together
Anita, but
until,
it's behind and
well,
there's
for many
nothing I
years
can
until
do about
Bogart
it. This
passed
is
away.
their live stream.
So
There's nothing
yeah,
I can
the
fix about it.
there was a kind of
It
a
is what it is. I'm sorry.
joke to not joke,
I
but
forgot what
just
I was going to say.
yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this
Huh.
um, um, beautiful
Oh, perfect, Amelia. All right, cool. Then I'll just be quiet and let you
creature,
guys,
this stunning
because
creature.
I totally forgot what I was going to say.
When did you first meet
Oh,
Miss Heard's parents?
I know what I was going to say. This is
I
what we wanted
first
to
met
hear,
Miss
right?
Heard's
This is the point in the
parents
trial
when
we all were wanting to hear, right?
they had come out to Los Angeles,
And now we're
I
hearing it.
believe, and yeah, and
So let's just,
I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige
thanks,
um,
Shamita. I remembered now.
was
This is all we wanted to watch. So let's just watch it. All right, I'm going to be quiet.
she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was the initial thought. I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. Um, but I, I loved. I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as um, her sister Whitney, and yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, um, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Um, every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there and and they'd be taken care of and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. Um, no, I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was less, much less confident than Amber. Much more revealing of insecurities. Um, uh,
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you can answer the question.
Okay.
You want to ask the question again? That's fine.
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. She was, I called her sis. I loved her, you know. I had always felt something, I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All right.
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue,
What city is that in?
Los Angeles. Sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having.
All right, we're going to step aside, take a quick break, get you back into the courtroom as soon as we return. So keep it right here on Court TV.
I don't want to like object too much to this because the commercial breaks, because Lord knows I don't want no strike. But Anywho, give me just a second. Yeah. Um, yeah, because see, when he started dating Winona, she was like 19 and he was like 28 or something like that. And yeah, but because I remember they were like the couple, right? And then when they starred in Edward Scissorhands together, everybody just loved them together on screen. You know, I mean, they were really a stunning couple. And I do remember when they broke up and he started dating Kate Moss. Um, you know, but I know that Winona has spoken about her relationship with Johnny Depp since all of these allegations have come out. And she said that she was shocked. Like, this is so out of the realm of allegations that she would ever expect to hear about him, that he's not that way at all. And truth be told, he doesn't really come across as violent or even, I mean, everybody gets angry, right? That's a very real human emotion or whatever. Here we go with the dadgum commercials.
Stanley Painter in Fairfax, Virginia for the Johnny Depp defamation case. And this is Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Yeah, a front row seat with 27 commercials.
Welcome back. We continue with our coverage of the dueling defamation lawsuits trial from Fairfax, Virginia. At the heart of this case are allegations made by Amber Heard against Johnny Depp, allegations which Depp, of course, denies. Now, in many ways, this case is a multi-million-dollar high-stakes he said, she said, and today he took the stand to tell his side of the story. He got on the stand just after 2 p.m. and began his attempt to prove to this jury he has never abused his ex-wife Amber Heard, but remember,
We were all there and we were all watching and we were all enthralled until y'all decided it would be okay to just start busting in with commercial breaks like this.
People over, for dinner parties and socially shows, social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Oh dear.
Maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
I just don't think he would either. He would have just settled with her. Max 2002. Like this
Did there
does
come
not.
a time when Whitney moved into?
I don't know. This
the
just doesn't make
penthouses
like
that
a
you owned
logical
at the
good
Eastern Columbia building?
sense.
Yes.
And
He's
when
having
was
to
that?
admit some hard
I
things.
don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington.
Because this isn't like,
And
I'm going to turn this down a little bit because we've already heard
yes,
this.
I believe Josh True was there already as well.
You know, because this isn't like
I can't remember
a criminal
why she
trial, right?
needed a
Like
place,
with
but
Tote
she
or
needed a place, so
Ezra,
we gave her a place
where
for-
their explanation is so
How long did
outlandish,
she live there
they
for?
have to take the stand
oh
in
boy,
order to explain it to the
on and
jury.
off
This
for,
isn't what that is. You know what I mean?
I suppose
So
a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
I just can't see him. Would have been cheaper to settle.
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had
Right,
done,
Sugar Beet?
a line or two of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, you know. Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else?
Interesting, though, when he does testify
This one
about
comes to mind,
her
though.
friends, he doesn't
You
refer to
mentioned
them
Rocky.
as
Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington.
bunch
She
of
was Miss
kids
Heard's
planning their
good
next
friend from
Coachella outing and outfit.
youth.
It's really boring, unlike the way she
And
described
I
his
think you
friends.
mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know. She was one of the.
I agree, Heather.
gals,
Whatever.
and,
I feel like
she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl.
I think he's.
Southern
I
girl.
don't think. I think this is about clearing his name, clearing
I
his
haven't
name
seen
for
her,
his children,
and
and
I think that something
for really
sideways
himself to a lesser degree, and even
the girls
s-
because she suddenly
to a much lesser
disappeared
degree,
from the
his
group.
fans,
And when was that?
the public, even the
Probably-
people that aren't his fans or
probably,
supporters.
a year
You know what
and a
I mean?
half, maybe two. No,
I get it.
2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
I till it right. It was a friend of Ms. Heard's
And this is
from
also
New
how
York
you know this
City,
isn't rehearsed and polished,
who
because he's speaking of a transgender
was,
person here, and he's not using the correct pronoun. He
who-
kind of
who
gets
had
it mixed up.
identified as a she was born a female, if that's the right.
And had he been
terminology to
rehearsed and
say.
polished, if this
Born a
was an
female, but
acting
she was,
situation, he would have rehearsed this and said this correctly.
She had chosen. She at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type, and she was writing a book. I remember she was writing a book. Io, or he was writing a book.
Say
rather,
that.
And I had a house on one of my on Sweetser. One of the houses there was empty, and it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And
I actually think Angry Mimi,
when she had no place to stay, or
due to his
whatever,
past, with
I
respect to his
called her
mom,
over and I showed her the house,
when you're in a situation as a kid,
where
right,
the
and you have a
desk was
parent
and
who's volatile,
all the things,
and you never
so
really
she-
know
I
100%
said,
what's going to
"Write your
set them
book,
off, because anything and everything can set
write
them
your
off.
book here." So
You're
so
very
she
keenly
did.
aware of how to respond
Did Io end up living
order
in that
to
house or just
avoid
working there?
getting
No,
that
Io
response.
ended
I
up,
think he will be particularly adept
no, she ended up,
tomorrow, actually,
living in the house
at
for
answering the questions.
somewhere in the neighborhood
I
of a
don't
year,
think that
guess.
they will be
Somewhere about a year.
as long, because
And
it's
how
not
much rent
really
did you
his
charge to Io?
narrative, as it were. The
And did there also come a time when
direct
Rocky
examination
moved
is
into
more of
the
a narrative.
penthouses at the
You know what
Eastern
I'm
Columbia
saying?
building?
Rocky
but
moved into penthouse
I think
2.
tomorrow he
And
will
do you
be,
recall when
I
that
think he's
was?
actually going to handle cross-examination very well. And I do
Penthouse
think that
one,
his
sorry.
answers will be much
Penthouse
more
one.
concise, because I
That
do
was-
think his
that
attorneys
was
are going to tell
not
him,
long after
like, bruh,
Ms. Heard and I started to
just keep it short. Don't.
begin to dress that.
Hey,
place
anaphylaxis, don't
up
give
as our
extra
residence.
info.
So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky and
Oh,
Rocky
he
came,
absolutely is,
I had
Amelia.
already
Absolutely.
had my
I
first
love the
friend
word
Isaac,
kerfuffle. I
who
use it
met,
all the time.
Isaac
Kerfuffle
Baruch,
is one of my
painter.
faves.
I had already given him a penthouse two to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and
Max.
asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky
I
move into the
appreciate that,
penthouses?
Amelia. You know I love
Objection,
that word.
foundation.
I say it all the time.
I'll overrule foundation.
Kerfuffle
Yeah,
and
the
dust
answer
up.
that the question potentially calls for hearing.
I'll overrule that for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did? Sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
She ended up moving into the penthouses.
I don't think you.
I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having
Yeah,
a,
a place to go.
And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, Rocky
Oh, we'll
moving
be here
in.
tomorrow, Angry
And I said,
Mimi.
of course, the penthouse is empty.
We absolutely will be.
I wasn't in the.
I'm not going
I
to miss a
wasn't going
second
to
of this.
be renting them out
Aw, thank you,
necessarily
Amelia.
anyway.
I appreciate it. I don't know how. I don't
They
know
were
another way to be.
for friends to come and stay. Penthouse 4, in fact, was initially planned out for my sister Christy to have an escape from her 3,000 grandchildren and the amount of workload that she had taken on at the company.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses?
Longer than I did.
And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
$0.00.
Did anyone live with Miss Pennington in the penthouses?
Yes, her fiance or boyfriend and fiance Josh Drew. And then at a certain point, I learned that there was another female living there who I wasn't sure who that was. I didn't know who that was. There were 2 bedrooms, and so she had invited a friend to move in. But I met that person very briefly a while after they'd already been living there.
Are you at a good
Yeah,
breaking point?
I think
just wanna
this is a
make sure.
good
Okay,
stopping point.
That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock.
Bruh.
So we'll go ahead and break for the evening.
Are you
We will
friggin'
not discuss
kidding
the case
me?
with anybody
We
and done anything
basically
outside
sat
research,
here.
okay?
I'm stopping the.
Warning.
Just a minute. Yeah, that wraps it up. Okay. Seriously? We're going to, oh yeah. Speaking of Lori Vallow, according to my friend Shmita, who brings me the news so I can bring the news to y'all. There's a tweet from Nate Eaton who writes, breaking. Lori Vallow Daybell remains silent on all charges. Her attorney asks the court to enter a not guilty plea to all charges. Yeah. So She ain't speaking to nobody, I guess. I guess maybe now she's scared to speak since she passed competency camp, probably on an accident. I agree, Star Stuff. I'm just annoyed because we heard the end of the testimony. And here I was like trying to scramble to find 11 billion. Where are we going to go now? I lost my whole brain. You know what? This is a lesson for me, not for y'all, but I'm just going to share it with you guys. I feel like the lesson here from the universe is this is why Jen Lu needs to have patience. If I would have had patience, we wouldn't have sat through. We'll be right back for literally no reason. I could have just been like, all right, patience. Let me go see what's going on. Let me see if we actually missed anything. Because we didn't. But because I have no patience, that's what happened. This is what we're going to do tomorrow, I think. Okay. I'm seeing some little blip, all the little like news blips and whatnot over Barry Morphew. And oh, thank you, Angie. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. This is what I think I'm going to look into what all is going on, what the real deal is. I want to know what actually happened, not what people's opinions are. Not that I don't value other people's opinions, because I do, but I want to know exactly legally what happened, because I feel like there's a difference between the case being thrown out and the prosecutor or the DA petitioning the court for the charges to be dismissed. There's a difference in that. And I feel like I'm hearing a little bit of rumblings as I was just checking around on things. And I'm kind of curious about what exactly took place and what exactly that means. And so I want to get those answers for you guys. Y'all, we have been live together. This, I think, might have been my longest live on this channel to date. And we're going to sit here for the next 7 minutes talking about whatever the heck comes out of our mouths and out of our brains and fingertips so that we can make it right at an even 4 hours. I've never gone this long on my stream. So, yeah. But yeah, oh, you're welcome, Anita. I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you. So we are doing it for the Depp. My future husband, call me. Let me do it right. Hey, Johnny Depp, call me. But yeah, like he's not coming across as a control freak. So maybe what we'll do, if you guys want to, is since court is not scheduled to resume until 10 a.m., I could go live like 30 minutes earlier, like about 9:30, because you guys, I need to have my coffee and my 5 hour. It's not that I need to be, okay. I need to have them and have them kick in by the time I go live. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. I will be a mess. And yes, sugar beet, that is what oh, thank you, Christine. That is what I'm hearing as well. And I want to get more deets before I just like say anything. Thank you so much, Christine. Elizabeth, I appreciate that. So, I think what I'll do is go early at 9:30 and we can talk about Barry Morphew and I can let you guys know what's going on. And if you care to know what I think about what's going on, we'll talk about that too. But by 9:30, my coffee and my 5 hour will have kicked in and I will be on the ball. I kind of decided to do this stream sort of last minute. And like I thought about doing it and last night, right? But then I actually decided to do it like last minute. So yeah, but I will be definitely prepared. I feel like and that's what I think too, Amelia, Sparkles, is that that they know that they only have one opportunity to get a conviction, and if they don't get it, then they're done, and justice is not served. It's better to be patient and have if there's even 3 I's and 2 T's missing a dot, and being crossed. Maybe it seems small, but I'd rather have all of the I's dotted and all of the T's crossed because this is important, and I believe in our system and I want the right person charged, tried for the right crime, and the trial should be fair. And the fact of the matter is, or as our good friend Prince No Sweatglands Andy says, the fat of the fatter is that a no body crime is incredibly difficult to prosecute. A no body, no crime scene is even more difficult to prosecute. So that's what I think we should do. Okay, so we got 3 more minutes. Let me see how long I can draw out my thank yous and my good nights. So I first would like to say thank you guys all for being here and supporting me today. I appreciate it so much. Chatting with you guys, so much fun. We need to do this way more often. I just don't like that the trials happen in the daytime when people got to work. But we'll figure it out. We're going to keep doing this. So I want to thank everybody for being here. And I want to thank my mods. Love you, girls. You know I do. I would like to send a special shout out to Shmita for bringing us extra additional news and links and tips and tricks so I don't get a strike. So I appreciate it so much. You know I love ya. And well, I will see you back here tomorrow morning, ready to talk Johnny Depp, a little bit of Barry Morphew, and I gotta drag it out. Let's see, we're at 3:59:13, just a few more seconds. You guys are all just so great, and I will again, for the 11th billionth time, go on record as saying we at the Ward have the best chat in all of the YouTubes. Hi, Nonstop Mom. All of it. Almost there, you guys. I got to make it 15 more seconds. We'll do this definitely tomorrow morning. You guys have been great. I couldn't even wish for better supporters. You guys are perfect. And I've gone over the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and end the broadcast and I will see y'all tomorrow morning. Okie dokie. All right. Bye. Y'all behave out there on these YouTube streets. It's rough out there.